Te hui tuatahi I te tau 2025 o te kaunihira o ngā roto o ngā Rotorua. Good morning everyone and welcome to the very first council meeting for 2025. We have a very full public gallery here this morning, so I'd like to welcome the public who are joining us this morning. This meeting is being live streamed. I'd also like to welcome councillors and staff and to the media Laura. Just a reminder, that's to the public as well, could you please ensure that your phones are on silent? We do have a number of councillors who are joining us on Zoom this morning. Morena Councillor Waru. And I think we have... And I think Councillor Maxwell is also available, but by audio link only, so we can't see him on the screen. We have quite a full agenda this morning. I think that is Morena Mayor Tapsell. So, as I mentioned, we have a very full agenda this morning, so I'm proposing to take the morning break at about 11 o'clock. But before we get underway, Councillor Kiriopa, could you open our meeting with a karakia, please?
Sure. Ko rangi, ko papa, ka puta ko rongo, ko tāne, ko tūmatauenga, ko haumi e tike tike, ko tangaroa, ko tāwhiri mātea, I tokona ko rangi ki runga, ko papa ki raro, ka puta I te ira tangata, ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama, haumi e, hui e, ai ki e. Ai ki e.
Kia ora, Councillor Kiriopa, Ngaui taki karakia mā tātou. Thank you for the karakia, Councillor Kiriopa. I think Councillor Wang. Good morning, Councillor Wang. Just checking that you're online. Morena, Councillor Wang, can you hear me?
Whatever.
Thank you. So on the agenda, I'm calling for apologies. Are there any apologies today? No, there don't appear to be any. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a conflict of interest with the LAP discussion this morning, and I will be excluding myself from the conversation.
Thank you. I'll take that at that time. Thank you. Any urgent items? I don't have any, because I don't have any that have been notified to the CE. So are there any other minor matters that are not on the agenda? No, thank you. Oh, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just ask, previously we've asked around the questions and answers that were provided to the Minister of the Environment who was dealing with this particular matter around the Tarawera questions to allocate the $10 million. We were advised at some point that last week or the week before, there wasn't a proper official inquiry. It was just more questions around the issue. And I'm just wondering, are we able to say now when those questions and answers can be made public? I am aware it was probably last year when I asked this, but I was just wondering.
I'll just defer to our Chief Executive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien, and through you, Madam Chair, I believe Councillor O'Brien is referring to the questions that the Minister requested that we respond to as part of the discussions around the reallocation of the $10 million. I need to just confirm what the time frame is for us. We have provided all our responses to the Minister. The Minister's actually released the funds. What I haven't got a response back from the Ministry on is what's the timeline for releasing any conclusions that have come from that information. So can I get back to you by the next INE meeting, and I'll give you my undertaking that I'll give you a time frame by then.
More than happy with that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you very much. No other minor matters. So, councillors, there are 2 notices of motion that have been received. I've received one from Councillor O'Brien, which is to support the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group to request its partners to declare Lake Tarawera a priority lake and request additional funding from the government to subsidise contribution for the Lake Tarawera sewage project. I've also received a notice of motion from Councillor Lee, which is to note and investigate supporting Whangarei District Council in their litigation against the Director General of Health and prepare a letter of support. I, as the Chair, along with the CE, have accepted those notices of motion to be dealt with at this meeting. The reasons that they weren't included on the agenda was that the agenda is circulated 7 days ahead. However, the standing orders provide that notices of motion may be submitted up to 5 working days ahead, so we will deal with those matters when I get to them on the agenda. There are no other minor matters, so I'm going to now move to page 6 of the agenda, which is confirmation of the minutes held at the Council meeting on the 11th of December 2024. Can I ask for a move and a seconder that the minutes be confirmed as a true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Brown. Seconded by Councillor Barker. Are there any matters for correction on those minutes? If not, I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. It is carried. Going to move now to our public forum. So we have a number of speakers that have asked to speak this morning. In the standing orders, a period of 30 minutes is set aside during council meetings, and speakers would have up to 5 minutes. However, we have 7 speakers that have asked to speak today. I've decided that rather than shortening the time, which would be the requirement under the standing orders, that I will still allow speakers to speak for 5 minutes. Because we have so many speakers, and in the past we have not taken questions, there will be no questions from the councillors to the presenters. And could I please remind both the public that this is a public forum, so there are to be no comments from the public, and also from councillors, please do not interrupt the speakers when they are speaking during their 5 minutes. The rules around speaking at a public forum are that the matter must be something that relates to council business, and I do have the discretion to decline or hear a speaker if they are repeating a view that has previously been spoken about in this public forum, or they are criticising elected members or staff, they are being repetitious, disrespectful or offensive, or the matter is subject to legal proceedings. So with those cautions, given that those are what the standing orders set out, I'd now like to proceed with the speakers. So I would like to ask Sir Henry van der Hayden to come forward, who is from the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Scheme. Good morning, Sir Henry. So we'll just let you know what the process is here. The staff here have a timer which you will see counting down, so you're welcome to start when you're ready. Thank you.
Morena and kia ora. Madam Chair, good morning. And I just want to acknowledge the huge turnout from our community at Lake Tarawera. It's great to see, so a big thank you to everyone that's made the effort to turn out this morning. So I'm Henry van der Hayden. I chair the Lake Tarawera working group, which is a working group pretty much focused on funding. Hey, so what do we all know as we sit here today? So Lake Tarawera, it's a tonga. It is a jewel in the crown. It is the lake of all lakes around the Lake Rotorua area. So not only does the community use the lake, but there are hundreds, if not thousands per week that actually use the lake. And this is the lake and the moonga and the mountain that gets used internationally and nationally around tourism promotion. So there's no misunderstanding from anyone here today just how important the lake and the mountain is. What is the community actually looking for at a principal level? And fundamentally, in a couple of words, what we're looking for is fairness and equity. This has never ever been acknowledged by RLC. So we don't want to be treated any differently than any other sewage schemes around other lakes. From a working group perspective, we've always been professional, constructive, and solution focused. So I'm coming here today representing the working group and the community looking for a solution. We've been told many times that Lake Tarawera is not a deemed lake. We know it's not a deemed lake, but other lakes that are getting funding like Rotorua is also not a deemed lake. So we're just looking for absolute fairness and equity. And what we are suggesting, recommending is a funding model of 50% by the community and 50% from other stakeholders. And it's not unusual, that is the norm across this district, and we've also looked at other areas across the country, and it is pretty much the norm, the 50-50. So we're not asking for anything outside the norm. So our recommendation and a solution that we're putting forward to Council is 36,600. That's pretty much 50-50. And that 36,600, we want that to be capped to give our community certainty and people can start to plan their budgets, etc. And the 36,000 is GST exclusive. It's really important because a lot of the communication that comes out of Council, it is actually exclusive GST, which we think is actually misleading. So I'm talking about 36,600 per household. We totally reject the existing approach at the moment, where from a community perspective it feels like an open checkbook. Costs have just gone up and up and up, and ultimately what's being communicated to us is that we need to actually pay that. Hey, so what do we know? There's been lots of communications going on between community and stakeholders. We know there is a proposal that's been put forward by Bay of Plenty Regional Council to your leadership, and it actually deals with what we're actually looking for. So we encourage you to actually engage with Bay of Plenty Regional Council and find a solution. There is wide support for the community, from the community, that I'm actually what I'm recommending here today. The community, I am going to say, is united, that ultimately, I think we will get support for what I'm suggesting, or what the working group is suggesting, which is 36,600 inclusive of GST. And you'll hear today, I'm sure, there will be some members from the community that will say they shouldn't actually be paying anything, or be paying significantly less, like what's happened at some of the other lakes in the district. So I'm just going to summarise. I've got 40 seconds left. So I just really want to make it crystal clear what the expectations are from the community. We're asking Council, stop kicking the can down the road and get this actually resolved. Show leadership to resolve the issue of funding with the Lake Tarawera sewage scheme. Meet with Bay of Plenty Regional Council and find a solution to some of the ideas that are being put to your leadership. Do not offset Rotorua heat costs with the Better Off Fund. Meet with us at Lake Tarawera to find a solution and agree on the terms and conditions. These are the expectations. I'm now going to leave it up to you. The ball's now in your court, and we constructively look forward to a solution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Sir Henry, for your discussion on that topic. I'd like to move on now and invite Frederick Chubb from the Ruapeka Bay Sediment Removal Project to speak. Morena. So once again, you'll see the timers start and when you're ready.
Well, kia ora koutou. My name's Frederick Clubb. I'm from Ohanemutu. And I've got Mokunu Arangi Kingi here supporting us. We're here basically to ask for support from the council for a project we're doing at Ruapeka Bay. So next to Te Ao Marama St. Faith's Church, there's a little puna there called it's quite a big puna called the Ruapika. We call it the Ruapika, and the whole bay from the Utahina to St. Philip's Church, that's the Ruapika Bay. It's all silted up with sediment that has been eroded from the Utahina stream, and it's when the Utahina floods, it's washing all the sediment down the Utahina, and it's being deposited in the Ruapika Bay. So we're here to ask for a letter of support from you guys so that we can apply for funding to start putting designs together and work with you guys to get consent sorted and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council as well. We met with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council last year, and they also gave us some verbal support, and I've been working with the Tari White to gain that support in a formal letter of support as well. Yeah, so that's basically why we're here, just asking for a letter of support. What's happened is the sediment that's been deposited in there has blocked up the mouth of the Ruapika, which is it's a taonga for us that live in Ohunamutu, but also for the whole city and for the country as well, because Ohunamutu is quite a significant tourist attraction. And yeah, it's the whole mouth of the Ruapika is basically completely blocked up, and it's starting to silt up, where now it's almost just like a little puddle in there. You know, it's only real shallow, and it's boiling water. So there is some safety aspects here. I think one of the tourists went down there and his foot went into the sand a year or so back, and he fully burnt his leg. So there are some safety issues there. We understand that there's major safety issues that we need to mitigate as part of the consent process, because there's hydrogen sulfide gas and obviously boiling water and water and all the safety risks there that we need to mitigate. But we think that we've got a methodology or solution that can mitigate those risks, which we would like to work with you guys to come up with a solution for the problem. We also understand there's been some other groups that have approached you guys to do some work down there. I think we were talking about reinforcing the batter just next to Taumarama Hall, and the consent was denied for different safety reasons. We've, as I said, we've got some methodologies that we've come up with that mitigate those risks. So yeah, all the development up the Utahina catchment is putting more stormwater into the stream, which we think is contributing to the erosion and the sedimentation problem that's in the Ruapika Bay. Yeah, so for these reasons, we're just really asking you for your support and a letter of support from you guys. There is a report that we've received from GNS Science highlighting all those risks. But as I say, we think we can work around that with you in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. So yeah, just asking for your support and a letter of support so we can apply for funding.
Thank you very much, Mr Clubb, for taking the time to come in and talk about that. We do have our regional councillors here in the room, and I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Thurston, Councillor White and Councillor Winters, and so perhaps that's also a discussion that you may like to take up with them as well. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in today.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Fred Stevens from the Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme, on the Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme. Morena, Mr. Stevens.
Morena. I'll get straight into it because I don't have much time. But back in 2008, the then Prime Minister Helen Clark announced deed funding to assist with the restoration of the Rotorua Lakes. Under that deed, the government committed $72.1 million, and the other 50% was to be funded by the Rotorua Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, both which would pay 25% each, and not 50% by the ratepayers, as the previous speaker indicated. Helen Clark made it clear that a project of this scale was clearly beyond the ability of councils alone to fund, without excessive burden on their ratepayers. She added that nor should they be expected to do so when these lakes are in our nation's tourism heartland matter to us all. It is important to note that when Helen Clark was talking about ratepayers, she was referring to the general ratepayer, not the targeted lakeside ratepayer. That should be obvious, since she said the government would pay their target of 50% to safeguard the enjoyment of the lakes by the international and domestic visitors, and therefore the regional council and the local council would be expected to pay their respective 25% share for the enjoyment of the lakes by local visitors. It was never intended by Helen Clark that the excessive burden should be targeted to the lakeside ratepayers. That brings me to the issue of the somewhat new vocabulary that has just appeared on Council's website, exacerbator and beneficiary. Council implies that the residents at Lake Tarawera are the exacerbators for the reticulation scheme, and that their septic tanks are the primary reason for the decline of water in Lake Tarawera. This is incorrect and was based on deliberately misleading science and a requirement in the Tarawera restoration plan to get the TLI for the lake down from 3.1 to 2.7. Now, interestingly enough, that was a decade ago, and the TLI now at Lake Tarawera is 2.7, and funnily enough, the septic tanks are still there. Much the same at Lake Okaraka, where the water quality has shown very little improvement following the reticulation system being installed back in 2010, with the very small improvement most likely due to extensive riparian planting. The other new terminology that has suddenly appeared in the Council's reticulation narrative is a beneficiary. The Lake Tarawera residents are not the beneficiaries of this scheme, but a lot of them may end up as beneficiaries. Given the likely cost upwards of $50,000, it could end up at $70,000 plus with the open check scenario we're working under at the moment. The real beneficiaries of reticulation is the Council itself, since they committed to the scheme without the required 75% community support, without first securing the necessary funding, and without a proper cost-benefit analysis. And they would most certainly have been facing a $340 million compensation claim from the red sticker houses at Tarawera for the 170 properties that couldn't put an advanced offset system in. And I put it to you that that's the reason why Council proceeded with this scheme without the support of the community. Tarawera, as we heard before, is a jewel in the crown of all the Rotorua lakes, and it's now been deemed to be a priority lake, so it should be eligible for at least $34 million that's still available from the deed funding. Perhaps Council might like to promote Rotorua instead with a couple of hydro slides at the Aquatic Centre. As the previous speaker indicated, he said Lake Rotorua has never been a deed-funded lake. Somehow it managed to piggyback onto the Rotorua scheme to secure at least $10 million slice of the deed funding pie. Tarawera is now a priority lake, but seems to have been left out in the cold. Your Council, through its latest long-term plan deliberations, have finally conceded that it's not just the people that live at Lake Rotorua and Rotorua that enjoy those lakes, and in fact all ratepayers of Rotorua have the opportunity to enjoy them. And we put it to you that it's therefore the responsibility of all the ratepayers in Rotorua to contribute to the reticulation schemes and to protect those lakes for their own enjoyment. Let's be clear, as the deed funding agreement most certainly is, that the lakeside ratepayers at any lake should not contribute by way of a targeted rate to their lakeside reticulation schemes, but instead all ratepayers through a general rate on the same basis as Rotorua scheme. Let's look at another historical example. Back in the 70s, septic tanks at Kawaha Point were replaced with reticulation, which was not paid for by the lakeside properties at Kawaha Point, but instead it was paid for through the general rate by all the ratepayers of the district, including the ratepayers at Lake Tarawera. And what we're asking, that it's about time we got something back from the exorbitant rates we've been paying for years and years and years. We at Lake Tarawera do not take kindly to being shafted, literally. Perhaps a better word would be thrusted, like our neighbours at Rotakakehi.
Thank you very much.
We will not
Mr.
accept to
Stevens.
sign an open cheque when clearly that was not the intention of the funding deed, nor will we settle for the absurd amount of $36,600 per household plus GST, which some in our community are advocating.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. I'd like to now invite our next speaker, Teresa Brown, around fluoride. Morning, Teresa.
Good morning. Thank you, councillors, for having me here today. We appreciate the councillors here on this very significant dilemma and the dilemma they're in regards to fluoridating the water. It's not an easy decision to make, with the threats and fines of extortionate amount. We empathise with the councillors here, and I'm just going to highlight a few points. And we thank the councillors on behalf of Fluoride Free New Zealand for attending Michael Connett's talk and for the recent Ministry of Health official workshops that we were attended to, and the excellent calibre of questions that were asked by the councillors on that day. I'm just going to highlight some of the questions that were addressed by the Ministry of Health, Dr. Clark and Dr. Schumack, and some of the answers that the MERH officials answered were seriously misleading. For example, one of the councillors questioned Dr. Schumack answered stating that fluoride is pure, failing to mention the other highly toxic and bioaccumulative elemental co-contaminants in the fluoride damaging to all life forms. The Ministry of Health data presented did not show that all bones in a person's body are adversely affected by fluoride, shrugging the serious health condition of dental fluorosis as a minor cosmetic inconvenience. The state or condition of the teeth indicate the condition of the body. Thereby, dental fluorosis is symptomatic of a systemic condition where all bones in the body will be affected, leading to skeletal fluorosis, arthritis, and osteoporosis. Osteoporosis is often referred to as a silent disease. It usually exhibits no symptoms. However, dental fluorosis could be one of these symptoms. It is unclear. Michael Connett does talk about skeletal fluorosis, stating that skeletal fluorosis is the third stage of fluoride toxicity. At this stage, it is acknowledged that fluoride has caused no harm, at this stage it is acknowledged that fluoride has caused harm, but not before the third stage of skeletal fluorosis. Another misnomer, Dr. Schumack stated that fluoridation doesn't treat individuals, but treats the water. An obvious ambiguous statement is a target group stated by Dr. Clark to justify fluoridation is specifically for Māori and Pacifica population, showing statistics and averages of Māori tooth cavities compared with European, showing disparity. This is a direct medical treatment to the target group. The Ministry of Health does not have compelling evidence that fluoridation is safe or even effective because it chose not to present such evidence at this workshop. The level of fluoridation that causes neurotoxicity is strongly being debated with major scientific organisations such as the US government's National Toxicology Program that was published in January this year. That research showed that material neurotoxicity occurs at levels 1.5 part per million. The EPA risk assessor, while trying to defend the USA fluoridation policy, admitted that normal risk assessment requires a margin of safety at least 10, therefore a maximum addition of 0.15 parts per million may be safe. And this is maybe. The USA federal court states that fluoride is an undisputed neurotoxin. The AMD, American Dental Association, recommends watching fluoride intake in infants and young children, specifically recommending avoiding fluoridated water in babies' formula. Dr. Clark, who states that the baby formula is perfectly safe with fluoridated water, has not done her research in that regard. Last Friday, the state of Utah outright banned fluoridation, and many other communities in the USA are stopping fluoridation of their own volition. The Ministry of Health claims it is safe, but not taking into consideration the precautionary principle. We ask that the Rotorua councillors partner with the Whangarei District Council by joining with its legal action that will hopefully find that the Parliament has been misled and has given its powers to the Ministry of Health in the era of law, resulting in this present and arguably absurd abuse of our parliamentary powers. The matter has to go to court. This is a constitutional matter.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for coming in to talk this morning. Our next public forum is from Tracy McLeod, speaking on the Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme. Morning, Tracy.
Morning. Confusion reigns over the Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme. It's causing stress and sleep deprivation while raising questions. Why are we paying for it? How are we going to pay for it? Is there more funding? There's always been intent for funding for the Tarawera Sewage Scheme. In 2018, a working party was assessing the optimal funding mix for the estimated 15 to 19 million required to finance the Tarawera Sewage Scheme. In 2021, RLC had also committed funding of 36 million over the next 10 years to connect a number of rural and lakeside communities to the reticulated wastewater network. As far back as 2017, as a condition of the Ministry for Environment's Freshwater Improvement $6.5 million fund, it was subject to confirmation of $2 million co-funding from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Where is that $2 million? In the Freshwater Improvement Fund work programs submitted to the Ministry for Environment, $14.5 million was to be funded from Rotorua Lakes District Council debt from rates. In the first 2019 funding table, RLC long-term process confirmed external funding of the scheme. However, in the second table in 2021, it was changed to RLC funding policy will confirm external debt funding of the scheme. Why did the funding model change? According to the Rotorua Lakes Council funding policy, RLC borrows the required local share and funds the sewerage projects. Then the lakeside ratepayers' contributions offset the borrowings. But the Council's funding policy doesn't align with what was in the terms of the funding deed for all the other previous lakeside sewerage schemes, and it needs to be investigated. For years now, we've been informed that RLC is aware of the cost burden such projects create for their ratepayers and continues to explore a range of options to further alleviate the cost burden for Lake Tarawera ratepayers. We'd all like to know, what are those options? In the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group 2018 annual report, it stated further funding will need to be secured to enable the scheme to go ahead, and the Tarawera Sewage Steering Committee is currently pursuing this. So why did the Rotorua Lakes Council move into a public excluded session on the 25th of August 2022 when it entered into a contract for the construction of Stage 1 for the Tarawera Sewage Scheme without securing the funding first? From a released MFE official information request in 2021, it was highlighted that if the $6.5 million is repurposed from Lake Tarawera towards the completion of the Rotoriti scheme, two things could occur. Either the Tarawera scheme is stopped and/or OSET systems are put in place, or continue with the completion of the scheme. and either RDC takes on additional debt, which apparently is not feasible given the balance sheet, or the Tarawera ratepayers' contribution would need to increase from $33,000 to $50,000. But note, if the advanced on-site wastewater system option was installed, any lake under the interventions on the funding deed would have been fully funded. The verbal update from the Minister for Environment on these options was also in a public excluded session in the meeting on the 22nd of October 2021. Questions remain unanswered from the councils. What was the verbal response from the Minister on those options? Has the $6.5 million freshwater subsidy been repurposed from Lake Tarawera to Lake Rotorua? Recently, in a council workshop meeting on the 5th of February 2025, the council called the Lake Tarawera ratepayers exasperators and direct beneficiaries of the Lake Tarawera sewage scheme, but the iconic lakes attract domestic visitors and international visitors from which the whole community benefits. These two exasperator and costing slides have since been deleted from that presentation. Lake Tarawera ratepayers have paid high rates without receiving any infrastructure, while $180 million was spent on luxury projects throughout the Chadwick years, instead of focusing on the basic core services. Rotorua Lakes Council have not provided cost-benefit information to demonstrate that the reticulation option is indeed the best use of ratepayers' funds. Bird life, land use, forestry, farming practices, small animals, geothermal activity, and even 7 lakes with worse water quality feed into Lake Tarawera, contributing to over 99% of the nutrient load. Will a $31 million sewage reticulation scheme have any effect on the less than 1% nutrients from septic tanks? Any benefit may not even be measurable. The Lake Tarawera ratepayers question the manner in which the council resolved to undertake the sewage reticulation and whether the views of the ratepayers on the sewage options were adequately sought. More funding needs to be sourced and secured now. A fixed cost must be put on the sewage scheme, otherwise the Tarawera Lake ratepayers may be left with no other option than to commence legal action with a judicial review.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now ask Mr. Maskell to come forward. He is talking about fluoride. Mr. Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councillors and administrators. My contribution today to Council addresses and makes some recommendations on an approach that centres upon matters of public law and how fundamental principles of public law have been breached by central government in this matter as a basis for assisting Council to take this matter further forward. Now, I have produced some speaking notes which have been circulated to councillors because this matter needs to be really argued in a systematic sort of manner, and so I'm going to rely upon the copies of my notes that councillors now have. However, I will traverse some fundamentals in terms of this matter in the 5 minutes that I have available. It's first of all very important to be very clear about where responsibilities for this matter lie. Basically, we have a parliament which has acceded to giving powers to the Director General of Health to insert fluoride into public water supplies. Now, arguably, Parliament was not aware of all of the relevant considerations in administrative law that were necessary for Parliament to assign its powers to the Director General of Health. We have heard from Michael Connett at the previous workshop about the now known hazards to the IQ of the population. And we have known in the scientific literature for a very long time that this is bound to be a problem. There are other major problems with the fluoridation of public water supplies in terms of fundamental life forms. because it removes key nutrients that are needed to run two basic systems, the Krebs cycle in all animals and the Shikimati pathway for all plant life. So we have the issue in the environment of the discharges to the environment of the wastewater that contains not only fluoride, but a number of other bioaccumulative contaminants. These are all relevant considerations in administrative law. Administrative law is a subset of constitutional law and is derived by various judge decisions that have been made over time. Public servants have had no training, to my knowledge, in these sorts of matters since 1978, when I left the State Services Commission as a senior public servant. We've got major problems with Parliament being misled to give its powers to do things that are fundamentally unlawful. I've made some recommendations in my speaking notes for Council, which I will traverse very briefly. My recommendation is that the initiatives that are being pursued at the moment by the Whangarei District Council, that it's very important for other local authorities to give support to the Whangarei initiatives. What we need to do is to get local authorities getting together about this matter as a branch of our government here in New Zealand, so that our citizens are protected from errors that occur in the acquisition by central government of the powers of Parliament. There are a number of fundamental principles in both constitutional and administrative law which RDC and other local authorities can pursue and likely successfully. Because one of the things that the courts are very concerned about is an absurdity. We have an absurdity here, in that the Council is in a position where if it goes ahead and puts this fluoride into the public water supply, it is in breach of its fiduciary obligations in equity law to all of its citizens, because it will be knowingly doing something that, from a precautionary principle point of view, is very dubious indeed in terms of the safety of its community. They have another problem, in that our Great Royal Society and the Office of Prime Minister and Cabinet did not consider the issue of the discharges of this highly contaminated water that's bioaccumulative going into the environment and what it's going to do in that environment. So we have basically a rather cavalier approach to the taking of Parliament's powers. And the judges do not like the idea of absurdities. And here we have an absurdity. Councils are going to be damned if they do put this into water supplies, because they're going to be breaching a whole pile of other statutory obligations they have by doing so. They're going to be breaching trust in the society that they represent. And so this is quite absurd that we had the local government in New Zealand being persuaded by Kapiti District Council to go and assign these powers in 2014 to the Ministry of Health, has basically compounded what was already a problem of what the ministry was already doing in terms of persuading some local authorities to put fluoride into water. So,
Mr. Meskel, the 5 minutes is now up. I do note that you have circulated notes of your discussion points to the Council, so they will have the opportunity to read the other additional information which you've submitted. So thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'd be very happy.
Can I now call upon Mike Allen from the Lake Tarawera Ratepayers Association. Good morning, Mike.
Marina, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, councillors, for listening, and thank you, Lakes Executive, for listening as well. I'm Chairman of the Lake Tarawera Ratepayers Association. I was appointed Chairman by the community in January when the community replaced in full its previous committee. There are 4 things I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about what is Council getting out of this project. Under current Council proposals, what do ratepayers get? What are the options to fund it and get a more balanced outcome? And what do I think can be possible next steps? The Council, in summary, is getting out of this program the following things. It's getting a solution, as Fred mentioned, for 170 houses that have been consented and do not and cannot meet acceptable wastewater standards moving forward. Do not underestimate the risk management advantage for this Council in having that solution provided. That solution is currently being paid for by the community. You get reticulation of various high-polluting council sites along Spencer Road, and we all know what they are. You get capacity to charge joining fees, which I'm told are $800, but maybe $1,000 a year. You get capacity to charge joining fees for roughly 100 houses that have yet to be built out. You get an unknown spare capacity for the trunk line, thought to be up to capacity of up to 1,000 houses. We've asked for clarity on this from your executive and we haven't yet received it. And you get a system that can be booked as a council asset worth $30 million and ability to raise debt against that. We would encourage you to ask your executive to size those benefits, because unless you do, I don't know how you can make a suitable judgment about how much money to allocate. Secondly, under current council proposals, what do ratepayers get? We get the lowest subsidised facility in the region and potentially in New Zealand. We get a bill of $50,000 and rising with no end in sight. I think that would be either the highest or the second highest per site wastewater solution for residents in the country. We get a hardship structure that is well below what has been offered at Rotorua. Thirdly for you, what are the options to fund it and get a more balanced outcome? I've written to Andrew outlining 4 mechanisms to fund the gap. I haven't heard back. You could undertake a financing arrangement with EBOP, that has been mentioned this morning. EBOP remain open to conversations. EBOP may even have other solutions to think about, and I would encourage you as councillors to show some leadership and get in touch. Secondly, you could add to your borrowing. The number is about 3.75 million. You have a borrowing capacity of up to an asset to borrow against of 30 million as a result of this project. The LGA funding structure, as mentioned earlier, a local government funding structure, which I've mentioned to Andrew. The local government funding agency is making funds available at far higher than normal council ratios. I suggest you investigate that. This would be easily fundable if you took opportunity for that structure. And finally, a targeted rate calculated to be $11 per ratepayer in the Rotorua region. Noting that Tarawera residents are paying a $40 targeted rate for the shortfalls on Rotorua. I'm talking about balance here. What are the next steps? We would encourage councillors to tidy and strengthen the disclosure regime between its executive and councillors. You are not getting the real picture about community feelings for this program. We don't think you're well informed. You've heard a lot this morning about errors of fact that have been put in front of you. The program in its current form is not supported. Don't misunderstand me, it is not supported. Get on and work with EBOP and find a solution. A number of you have said to me, Mike, you go and talk to EBOP about a solution. I am doing so. It is not my job. You are the leaders on this issue and you should get on and negotiate. They are keen to help. Look at the financing options you have and ask yourselves whether you want this grief to continue for the next 18 months, because it will. We are quite resolved. Furthermore, if you don't resolve this soon, the consequences will be deep and long-lasting. Outcomes like the one you propose live on in the public arena, and they tend to stick to individuals involved and they tend to stick to councils. Look at Kaipara District Council. I haven't got time to finish. I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We will now continue on with the meeting. Thank you very much to all the speakers that have come in this morning and to the public that have come in to show their interest in the topics that have been spoken about this morning. So moving on with the agenda, councillors, I don't have any public petitions. I'd like to now move on to the notice of motion from Councillor O'Brien. I'll just wait for a minute if people want to leave before I continue.
Madam Chair, I wonder if the audience know that this might be relevant to them.
That's all right.
O'Brien, you have now signalled a notice of motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, do you require me to read it out, or are you calling for a seconder? Or?
Councillor O'Brien, the notice of motion that you have submitted to myself and the Chief Executive, which has been accepted, is now showing up on the screen. I think it's councillors have had the opportunity to read it. It was published with in Stella for the councillors to read. So you are the mover of that. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Sorry, we'll just close the doors here so that we can actually hear everyone.
Sorry, Councillor Kaifong, may I ask a question, please?
So we have a motion that's now on the table. It's been moved by Councillor O'Brien. It's been seconded by Councillor Patterson.
My apologies, I have a question. I'm not sure if I have a conflict of interest considering I work for Rotorua Lakes Trust.
Thank you. So we'll note that declaration of interest or conflict of interest. So, given that it's your motion, Councillor O'Brien, I presume you're happy to take questions to you, or do you want to speak to your motion first, or allow questions to come to you first before we get into the main?
Madam Chair, in view of time, I only have a very brief statement. I think the motion's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you. So my first point is, I think that the mechanism that we have here is the best way, because we've heard from Tarawera residents during the last long-term plan last year's process, then previously the annual plan process. And I'm concerned that we don't quite yet seem to have a way forward about how we're structuring discussions. I'm hearing different people saying they've talked to different people, there's been offers made, etc. like this. I think that we need a more formal process. I think through the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group, given some of the positive comments that have been recorded in their meetings, I would like to see us formally move forward and say that we need to, and that's probably the best mechanism for our Chief Executive, who worship Mayor Tapsell and Councillor Brown, who are our two representatives to that group, could then say, this is the best opportunity for us to get together with both Regional Council, Rotorua Lakes Trust and Central Government and try and work on an accommodation. So I'm happy to take questions. I won't carry on. As I say, I think the motion's pretty self-explanatory, but happy to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien. Councillors, are there any questions to Councillor O'Brien on the notice of motion that he submitted? No? Councillor Patterson, do you wish to... Oh, sorry. Mayor Tapsell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, through you, and apologies on needing to join by Zoom today. I do just have a question. This was quite some time ago. This was 7 years ago, well, almost in 2018. and I just wanted to check if there had been any further discussion since then, or any reason why it hasn't yet happened. And then I do have a comment later when it's appropriate.
Thank you, Worship. I'll probably take that question, probably best answered by our CE.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Madam Chair, I'll try and answer because I have reviewed the minutes that Councillor O'Brien has attached to the notice of motion. I didn't see in those minutes that there was evidence that there was a decision of the strategy group to seek government recognition of Tarawera as a deed lake, but there was a request that a report be brought back to the strategy group seeking that direction. So I would need to go back and see if there's subsequently that action taken place or not. But what I would say is that this motion gives me direction, should it pass, to work with the strategy group. Obviously, as one party of the strategy group, I would be reluctant to give any undertakings that the outcome would be successful, but it would give me a direction to work with those parties in order to seek the outcome Councillor O'Brien's indicated in the notice.
Councillor O'Brien, did you have anything you wish to add?
Not really. I'll wait for the closing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, I'll Councillor Barker.
Just quickly, further to that, I just wonder whether the CE could answer, obviously needs the agreement of the other partners in the strategy group for that, this to go forward any further than today, if it is passed. Is there any necessity for the Ministry for the Environment to also approve?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, my understanding, Councillor Barker, is yes, it requires that the Crown approve any variations to the deed, and so the sequence would be for us to first raise it with the strategy group, and should it be agreed there, then the Minister would need to approve it. I also understand, again, just based on the limited research I've done to date, was that doesn't automatically attract any funding, because the decision on funding allocation is distinct from the declaration of that lake being a deed lake.
Okay. No other questions then, so Councillor Patterson or Councillor O'Brien, you don't wish to make any further comments, so Councillor Patterson? Would you like to make your comment now, Your Worship?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you. Having sat on the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group for the past 2 years is me. One of the things I have observed is that that work program and the funding is shortly coming to an end, with funding currently being allocated. So I do support the intention that Councillor O'Brien has with this. It is something that we could quite easily raised without having needed the notice of motion. We could easily put that on a future agenda item. I do also appreciate that it appears one of the intentions is to attempt to receive more funding from the government. That would absolutely be something that we would support, but it is also a challenge because we've had a clear message from this government that there are no additional money to be put into this, and they have already contributed significantly to our lake's water quality across the deed funded lake. So while I am happy to support this now, I do just want to make sure that everybody is clear that there is no promise of this being successful, and while we will certainly try.
First of all, require support from the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group and the new Minister of Environment. So just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
of the impact it has immediately or not, it should be a deeded lake. If I recall many of the arguments that we've had put forward to us of, well, why isn't there any more funding? Why didn't we get a slice of that pie? And the answer has always been because it's not a deeded lake. So let's take that argument off the table and we may be able to progress down some other avenues. So absolutely support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support the intention of what Councillor O'Brien is trying to achieve here. I think it's perhaps gone past time, but and a bit of a reaction to what we're facing currently for the residents that live out there. Personally, I think there's a discussion required with all of the parties to the lakes, Te Aroha Lakes Trust, Regional Council, MFE, and ourselves to incorporate all the lakes as a deed and a new deed fund to be formulated. So that will take some time, unfortunately, I suspect, but I do support what all of the councillors said so far and what the Mayor has said. So I do support what's on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also be supporting this. When I reflect back on how we got to this place, there seems to have been a decision made in a secret meeting on the 22nd of August 2022 by the previous Mayor and councillors. And a decision was made to go ahead with a reticulation scheme without first finding funding. That seems to have put the horse rather before the cart. No, the cart before the horse, there you go. It's a problem that this council's inherited, and we have to do something to address this, because what the Tarawera residents are being asked to come up with is simply unreasonable. I have asked staff if they could show me any other reticulation schemes in the country that are comparable in terms of what the residents are expected to pay. I think the gist of what I was told is to go do your own research. I've asked ChatGPT, good old artificial intelligence, what's the most expensive reticulation schemes in New Zealand?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, Your Worship?
Point of order just on relevance. I was trying to not have to interrupt Councillor Lee, but this is really irrelevant to the notice of motion before us, which is taking
to the Te Aroha Lakes Strategy Group.
This notice of motion, which is looking forward rather than
Madam Chair, we've got a problem to solve here, and I'm identifying where the problem has arisen from and explaining why it's necessary to address this problem through funding. I've said that what the current arrangements are unreasonable. We've heard the same from the community, and I'm actually a bit sick of being interrupted by fellow elected members, and particularly the Mayor, which
Councillor Lee,
throws us off.
members of the public, could you point of order? Thank you, Councillor Bucket. Councillor Lee, could you just please keep your comments respectful? You are using up your 5 minutes. I hear that you are in support of the motion, so if you have any further comments, could you please make them now? Otherwise, I'm going to put the motion unless anyone wishes to speak against this.
So according to ChatGPT, the Tarawera scheme is the most expensive reticulation scheme in the country, as per cost per ratepayers, and the Rotorua scheme is the second most expensive scheme. So what we're dealing with here is something that is quite anomalous, that other ratepayers around this country, to the best of my knowledge, are not having to deal with, are not being thrust with. And the absurdity of all of this really came to the fore when we were looking at a similar issue related to Rotorua. And we had we were told an average income of $28,000 at Rotorua to pay for a $45,000 reticulation scheme. We have no information from Tarawera as to what their average incomes are, but we need to do everything possible to find additional funding for it. We've heard from Tracy McLeod that the original deal was that the ratepayers shouldn't be paying anything at all. So I'm fully supportive of this motion and fully supportive of any other initiatives we can find to support these ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Are there any people that wish to speak against this motion? If not, I'm now going to put that motion.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could I just close and comment? That's all.
Yes, you may, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, if there's no further. Thank you. Just 2 points from what Her Worship said, and I thank her for her support. Could I just say, though, that I did make it clear in the third part, request additional monies from the government. So I'm not seeking any reallocation of the existing funds. I have made it that we request additional. The other thing for me is why we need to make sure that Tarawera is a deed in Priority Lake is that if there are any further changes down the track that benefit the mentioned lakes included in the deed, Tarawera misses out again. And for me, as it's already been, we know it's a jewel in the crown, we have to look after it. Nutrient reduction is a major part of that, and of course sewage, but it's not the only thing. We need to make sure that Tarawera is treated as a priority lake and a deed lake, and I still think, and I take on board what Her Worship said, it probably didn't require a motion, but then I've waited for 2.5 years for someone to do something, and nothing's happened. So, unfortunately, this has had the method that I've had, and this is nothing against this council. All I'm doing is seeking a cooperative mechanism for all bodies to get together and talk. And if the answer from certain people is no, I'm perfectly happy with that, so long as they're on the record and give reasons why that is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien. So the motion's been moved and seconded, and I'm now going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Or raise your hand, sorry. Against? Oh. Councillor Maxwell, could you indicate aye or nay, please?
Supporting the intention.
Thank you. So that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, I'm actually going to now just take a very short 5-minute break before we deal with the second notice of motion. Thank you, councillors. We're about to get underway again. Thank you, councillors. I'm now going to move to the second notice of motion which I've received from Councillor Lee. However, before I take the notice of motion, I just want to make some preliminary comments. So, the notice of motion refers to proceedings that have been brought by the Whangarei District Council. Councillor Lee has shared some documentation which has been received from the Whangarei District Council which relates to those legal proceedings. I have received an email last night from Mayor Kokorelo from the Whangarei District Council that those documents were to be treated as confidential. I'm now going to just ask the CE to make a brief comment because we have now received an email from the Whangarei District Council's lawyers. Given that this relates to legal proceedings, which would, and normally if these were our legal proceedings, they would not, and they would be subject to legal privilege, they would not be discussed in an open council meeting. So I'm just going to ask for the CE to make a few comments on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I received an email within the last hour requesting that the material shared by the Mayor be treated as confidential and legally privileged, and specifically not to be shared or discussed in an open council meeting. So as this material isn't brought as a staff report, I don't have the opportunity to withdraw it from the public agenda and therefore discuss it in confidential, but my advice to you all is to share that request, and as such my advice to the chair is that this discussion would best be carried out in a public excluded at this time.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. So based on that, I am going to move that we go into public excluded to discuss the notice of motion based on the legal privilege and the request from the Whangarei District Council. Do I have a seconder to move into public excluded? Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'm not going to talk any further about, we've just given you the reasons why this matter needs to be dealt with in confidential, so I'm now going to put that motion that we move into confidential. All those please signal aye by raising your hands. Against? So I think we need to just, all those in favour, can you please signal aye?
Aye.
So that is now carried. Thank you. So, councillors, we'll just now need to stop the live stream. We will move into public exclusion. Live stream to be turned back on. Okay, we're all ready. So welcome, David, and I'll just let the councillors have a minute just to get to the right page and myself. So I just need a mover and a seconder to receive the financial update report December 2024. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Barker. Second, Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, thank you, that's carried. And back to you, David.
So, through you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to briefly introduce Michelle Overbeck, who is our Director of Finance. She has been with us for a number of years, stepped away briefly to be the Finance Manager at Infracorp, but is now back within Council and in the Director of Finance position.
Welcome, Michelle, to your first council meeting in your new role.
So the council's financial position at the end of December is in the black. So while we do show revenue $8.7 million behind budget year to date, that is driven by those capital subsidies and development contributions as in prior years. So capital subsidies are $10 million behind budget at this point in time compared to budget, primarily due to the IAF stormwater and also the timing of when we're expecting some of the subsidy money for the museum. So just a reminder that the way those subsidies are triggered, we need to do that work up front and are paid in arrears essentially. As you can see below, the capital expenditure is lower than budget. We haven't quite achieved that capital budget, so we haven't triggered the we haven't triggered the waypoint for that capital revenue to come in. We're also seeing development contributions are behind budget year to date, and I guess we're working with the development community to understand exactly what's coming through the pipeline, to understand where we'll be at year end, but I think it's safe to say that we won't achieve the full year budget for development contributions. Within our expenditure, we are showing expenditure of nearly $4 million over budget, but it's important to note that that includes all the RLC works Infracorp costs as well. I'll expand on this in the next slide, but I guess within the expenditure line shown, a significant portion of that over budget expenditure does relate to Infracorp or RLC works, and I'll touch on that a little bit in the next slide. And Council's debt at the end of December was $434.2 million, including $26 million of pre-funding. So we've got a $26 million maturity in April that we already have the cash on term deposit to repay that money. I'm going to take a quick moment to go through this slide because it emphasises the fact that when we talked through the decision to in-house Infracorp and into the RLC works, that was on the basis of the statement of intent that was provided that showed a significant forecast loss for the year. When we look at where we are at the end of December, the RLC Works Department is showing an overall loss of about $350,000, which is able to be absorbed within Council's wider operating surplus. So at the end of December, Council posted an operating surplus of about $800,000, and that is going to be offset by the operating loss of the RLC Works Department to net off at about $500,000. So the core operating position of Council, including the RLC Works Department at 31 December, is a surplus of about $500,000. And again, just to show, it's shown in the report, but the way that a large number of the variances within this P&L include the way that those RLC works costs are now included in Council's core financials. So in previous years, all this expenditure would occur in Infracorp's P&L and only be brought in at year end, whereas now we're recording that on a monthly basis within Council's operating position. So just to reiterate, Council's net overall operating position is a surplus of about $500,000 after taking into consideration the $300,000 loss within the RLC works aspect, which is still significantly better than we had forecast through the statement of intent process. And lastly, with the capital program, so halfway through the year, we'd achieved $50.8 million against a full year budget of 67.8. You'll see there where a lot of those variances are occurring. With community wellbeing, some of that museum expenditure is a little bit behind budget. We can see with the stormwater, particularly with the IAF money, that a lot of those projects are still going through feasibility and haven't quite reached the trigger where the actual groundworks are starting. So you'll see then the stormwater and land drainage line there that we are behind budget. And also within the roading category, we have a number of renewal works scheduled for the roading program that are forecast for a little later in the financial year that haven't quite started. So that's the main drivers of that behind budget capital expenditure. But I'm happy to take questions on either the report or the presentation.
Okay, thank you, David. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Just looking at page 22, the stormwater IAF 4.3 million. So where are we at with the variation to the full program that we've requested?
The variation's been submitted. I think Stavros, are you able to comment on the progress of the IAF?
The variation proposed have been with a KO management for some time at the moment. There are a couple of elements with regards to the Lower Tuhina stream where the inquiry whether there is a genuine indication or a genuine intention by the Plenty Regional Council to work collaboratively with us because they want to see that the other party, which is the Plenty Regional Council, who is the actual owner of that Lower Tuhina asset and the regulator for that asset, are willing to play, a constructive and partnering agreement with us. To that effect, I'm having a site tour on the 7th of March with my colleagues in the Regional Council, where I can show them all the elements we want them to support us on, including on Lower Tuhina. And once we have that, I would expect to get a written confirmation from them as to their collaborative and constructive participation in that process. And that letter will convey to the KO in order for them to get comfort and confidence of the two parties working together.
Just if I can add through the chair, what Stavros has explained is about variation number 3, variation 2, which has captured a number of the changes that we've briefed you on over time, has been recently approved. So what's still outstanding is, as Stavros talked about, is some of those new changes to come, but we have de-risked some of those previous changes by getting that variation approved finally after about 5 months of discussion, I think in the last 3 or 4 weeks.
So that would be along the lines of the changes to the Linton Park Dam, getting rid of those other 2 that we didn't need, etc., etc.
That's right, those are approved.
So this current variation that's waiting, just to be clear, is the Lower Utahina and potentially the presentation we had this morning about the Ruapeka and that whole area.
That's right.
Thank you.
That was just Councillor Waru signalling his departure with the Mayor to their event. Thank you, Councillor Wang, for staying online. Any further questions, councillors? I've just got a couple just on the report. Can you just remind me on that, what's the community wellbeing budget line that is on that slide again? Is that to do with the museum? That is the museum, all of it?
It is.
That's the build cost only, eh?
Yes. Through Madam Chair, the majority of the underspend in that community wellbeing line is the museum build.
And then I said a question, what's the administrative expenses that are running ahead of budget? Is that just normal in-house council?
Correct. That is I guess the timing of when we might order the basic consumables to run the functions of the building. That's just the seasonality of when that spend occurs.
Okay, and given that we previously had events and venues in-house and we are now outsourcing that to Rotorua NZ, what was the additional support? Was that by way of funding or is it staff time or...?
The additional support referred to relates to the decision to de-risk the user fee revenue and to provide that additional $1.3 million per year to Rotorua NZ. And so we are paying that now that the events and venues have moved over.
Sorry, what was it? I just missed that last bit.
We have started that. Started the payments council has agreed to now that events and venues have been taken over by Rotorua NZ. That additional support.
Sorry, so we are about to sign or get a draft SOI. So there is this additional funding will be repaid, or are we expecting that we need to adjust service level funding arrangements to Rotorua NZ in the future?
The amount of it would be changed to the service level agreement through the future. So this money, the support we're giving is temporary through the transition while we will get to grips with how this looks and how events and venues looks and feels now that it's being operated by Rotorua NZ, and any changes that would come through future SLAs.
Okay, and there's one final question which relates to staff costs, which were $1.1 million higher, which related to the Works Department salaries, which is assuming that would be Infracore. Would that not have been offset against the service level funding that we were giving across to Infracore, which they then used to pay salaries, but we're now paying them direct? Is that how that's working?
There's a little bit of a
$1 million worth of salaries, have we?
There's no additional. It's a little bit of a misnomer at the present with the way that the budgets were structured in the annual plan through contracted through the operating expenses versus salaries. We're now paying now that the staff are within council. So if you recall, overall the RLC Works Department is showing an overall loss because we are measuring that business unit separately just to measure how they are performing compared to what was forecast in the SOI. And we are showing that at the end of December there's an operating loss for the RLC Works Department of about $350,000, and that takes into account the additional revenue, the additional expenditure and the additional staff costs, and that's all wrapped up in that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so if I can just clarify that there isn't an additional $1 million in staff costs. That's a recategorisation of costs that would have been contract payments to Infracore and now counted as staff costs.
That was
Yes, that's
my
right.
point, was
Correct.
that if it's a service level funding switch across as opposed to it's just the way it's written in the paper. That was all. So I'm just clarifying that.
Thank you. Yeah, and the important point is, as David mentioned, the overall RLC operating budget is at a surplus position at this point.
Correct.
Long may that continue. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Wang? No? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, David and Michelle, for the finance report. We're going to move now to the, sorry, just get the right page. This is recommendation 10.3, which is the recommendations from other committees. That's the Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Thank you, Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, thank you, that's carried. And so you'll see the recommendation in the agenda that we were following recommendations from the Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee, which was held earlier this month. They've suggested a work program which council officers will report back on, some other future items to be discussed, and then later on a schedule of meetings and appointment of chairperson. So are there any questions? Councillor Barker?
Thank you. Just wanted to seek some clarity. I note that the objectives that were set by the committee were quite broad, even in the top 5 priorities. I would assume that the work program that comes back is going to require some prioritisation, or I'm just looking for how it's going to be handled, perhaps, considering how wide the brief is.
Happy to respond to that through you, Madam Chair. Yes, certainly those topics represent somewhat broad scopes. What's going to happen between now and the next committee meeting is that staff will prepare reports that outline the work program that falls specifically within each of those categories, and that will come then to the 2050 Vision Committee for discussion, and then through to this council for approval as per the process. Yep, certainly the work programs will be narrowed.
Thank you. And also reprioritise potentially, given what may come out of the papers and budgeting and things like that. I think that's really the clarity which Councillor Barker may have been seeking. Councillor Brown?
Sorry, I take on board what you're saying, and I think that makes sense, but I'm reading number 2. Under recommendation 1, number 2 is that the committee recommends to council that the identified key projects be adopted for its work program for 2025. So does that not go counter to what was just said? Not on that page.
Through you, Madam Chair, so I think it's a question of what the "it's" refer to. So it refers to "it's" as in the committee's work program. So that's what the committee will refer to as its work program, not council's work program. So just be clear, this is informing council of what the committee's work program is.
I understand now. Thank you. That's good.
Okay, no further questions then. I'll probably take this all together. The other one was just a schedule of meetings, which was reasonably pro forma. So, Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, it popped out of my head, but popped that back in again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just confirming that these top 5 issues or items for the work program, they're all existing projects, aren't they? With existing budgets, and we haven't got any new money that I haven't heard about. So.
If there's new money, then I haven't heard about it either, Councillor Patterson. So look, without taking away from the discussions that's going to come at the 2050 Vision Committee, which you'll be a part of, you'll be able to contribute to, this is around outlining where the intersection is between the 2050 Vision and Council's work program. So my understanding of it, and I'll be preparing the paper to inform the discussion, would be about getting the right lens over the work program that we've currently got. I'm not aware that there's an opportunity there to seek additional funding. That avenue is through the annual plan and long-term plan process, which Council owns.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So on that basis, I don't think I need to read that all out. It was just the work program and also the schedule of meetings. Given the recommendations in the agenda, can I have a move and a seconder to receive those recommendations from the Vision Committee? Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any discussion on this, councillors? It's fairly straightforward. No, I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Wang. Next, I need to have a mover and a seconder to receive the report for the appointment of a chairperson and deputy chairperson of the Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee. It's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. I'm not sure you really need to overview the report. There was a recommendation that's in the papers appointing Councillor Maxwell as chairperson and James Hamiora as the deputy chairperson. Are there any questions on this? No? Can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Are you signalling that you're moving that, Councillor Kiriopa? Thank you. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Brown. So all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Just have to do a little bit of admin work because of the setup of the new committee. So I need to receive the report, Rotorua Lakes Council Local Governance Statement Update be received. Thank you, Councillor Barker. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. wait for the Mayor and Councillor Waru to return, so you have 30 seconds.
Oh, is that half an hour? Thank you, Madam Chair. So really this is a legislative requirement for us to update our governance statement following the adoption of a new committee. And so what we have done is gone through and added the Rotorua Vision 2050 committee to the governance statement and made some minor amendments to some changes in legislation that were up front in the document. And that is here for your approval this afternoon.
Are there any questions to Mr. Keku around the governance statement, delegations? No. If not, can I have a move and a second that the Council resolves to approve the addition of the delegations of the Rotorua 2050 Vision Committee in our local governance statement? Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Thank you, Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, thank you, that is carried. That brings us to the final matter today. I'm just wondering if we could take a short 2:30. Okay. We'll take an afternoon tea break, given that we didn't have a morning tea break and we had a shortened lunch break, and that will allow the Mayor and Councillor Waru to return, so we have the full complement to deal with the licensing alcohol policy decision. So we'll break now until 2:30. Thank you, councillors.
a largely digital campaign, where we will be having it up on our Facebook pages, social media, as well as pushing it through our Google ads and Facebook ads. Also on our Let's Talk platform, and sending out emails through our ePānui. We have some targeted engagement as well, which will be potential license holder drop-in sessions, which can be split by license types, as well as a request made to all direct inputters into the development of this policy to submit on the policy as well. We also would like to have an opportunity at the Saturday markets in Kuiro Park. This is really for an awareness campaign, so largely just letting the community know, hey, we're out here, we're doing this, and we are busy reviewing this policy. Please can you go to this for more information. We will also be emailing our community groups and youth groups and local organisations and all our iwi connections that we have as well. We'll have an information centre at the customer centre, as well as the library like we normally have, and then posters across the EEC, Sir Howard Morrison Centre and the community centres. So really that is the focus of this being largely digital, sending out stakeholder emails, and a few opportunities for us to raise awareness with the community at public events. I think with that, happy for Alex and I to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Greg and Alex, for all the work that you've done on this. Mayor Tapsell and Councillor Waro have just left to do their little engagement there, so happy to take any questions. To Greg? Oh, everyone's tired, I think, after quite a long day. Just a question, why would you choose just the Saturday Kurio Park markets?
We have found that to be quite successful in the past, where we've had quite a lot of foot traffic through those spaces. There's always opportunities for us to raise awareness through other areas as and when weather allows. We have obviously had to cancel some of these outdoor events in the past. So we can look at other opportunities for us to hand out pamphlets at the lakefront, for example, but we haven't set up anything formal at this stage, the more formal ones being the Kuiro Park, because we have to organise that in advance.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry, Madam Chair, through the Chair. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Greg. Could I just clarify, you say we're sending out to youth groups. Does that include, can you give me a definition of what a youth group is? Are we sending it to like the Scouts and people that shouldn't actually be consuming alcohol? And my second question is, are we also sending it out to all the current licence holders? Sorry, I didn't see that up there. I apologise if it was up there and I missed it.
Sorry, I may have skipped over that one. We definitely will be sending a direct email to all of our licence holders, and then an opportunity for them to meet with us for any points of clarification as well. So there's an opportunity for them to come into a drop-in centre or session, licence holders, category by licence holder category, for us to talk through what potential changes or proposed changes we have.
Thank you. Would that also include groups, say like the Hospitality Association, etc.?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of your question in youth groups, so that's that incorporates the Youth Council. So in terms of the iwi, we'll be emailing them and specifically their rangatahi and asking their thoughts on the LAP as well as the youth centre as well. We can send it to schools, and we did discuss whether we should do talks at schools, but we haven't gone ahead with that approach, but we can still send the statement of proposal to them to see if any of the young people there and the head teachers want to get involved with this project.
Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Tātou Pōnamu included in the email circulation?
From my recollection, yes, that will form part of our community groups that we'll be sending out direct comms with.
Great, thank you.
Said one last question, which just came about during the workshop, and I think it was something that Councillor O'Brien had raised, where talked about who you would be consulted if there was to be a change in a off-licence policy, and I think it was if it was 200 metres within a marae or education facility, but then within that it said such as, and then you tried to stipulate a number of sort of facilities, and I think Councillor O'Brien was questioning then how do we define what is a cemetery or health facility or whatever the other wording was. I can't just find it, sorry. So are we able to just remove that wording? So we're just saying that in those circumstances we just consult within a 200 metre radius of where the proposed new off licence would go. So it means everyone within that, rather than trying to define certain organisations which would be included anyway.
Thank you. I think I might ask Alex to just clarify this point.
Yes, sure. So I guess the intention of the sensitive site policy is that any of the places and premises listed would be consulted within if you are open a premise within 200 metres. So we can expand that to include every type of building or premise or organisation, but the ones listed were intended to be the ones that needed to be consulted. That is because they are deemed to be where vulnerable people will go, who are more susceptible to alcohol harm or are culturally significant and where the presence of alcohol may not be so appropriate. So as a point of clarification, that was the intention for those specific types of buildings. And in terms of how we define those, many of these are already listed in the district plan, or there are other examples of where we can find definitions from other LAPs. So the policy that has been put forward to councillors has defined each of these facilities. And in terms of how to find them, many of the facilities are available on Council's website via Geyser View, or will be listed as a charitable organisation and a corporated society, so will be listed on registers that we can find online. However, if Council wishes to extend that to any sort of premise within 200 metres, we can look into that.
Sorry, I just had one more question. I know this is just a consultation document, but we're proposing for the density that includes supermarkets. So is that, if this was to proceed, is that effectively stopping any new supermarket coming to Rotorua, setting up a business in some other premises other than where they currently exist?
Yes, so the recommended option that we have brought forward is that there'll be a temporary freeze for 3 years. So for 3 years, there will be if that is to the wish of council, and we actually adopt that as part of our policy following consultation, then that would mean that supermarkets would also fall into that category of a temporary freeze for 3 years.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, councillors? I think we've had quite a good discussion. Councillor O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just clarify, please? I understand that if a councillor was to put in a submission or join a submission, then a councillor cannot either vote or talk on it when it comes back to council. Could you just clarify that's correct?
I'm sorry, this has just reminded me. I forgot to come back to Councillor Brown, who had already declared his conflict of interest and so isn't taking part in this discussion for this part of the meeting. But as I understand it, that is correct. One of the things is, even if there's not a direct pecuniary interest, if a councillor has made a submission, it means that they have closed their mind to the decision that they then to make when they come and sit around this table. And I think the test is an open mind, but you've already demonstrated that you've got a particular view because you have supported a submission. That is, I'm just talking off the top of my head from what I remember, but I don't know if Mr. Keck wants to add anything further.
No, you've answered my question. I'm quite happy with that. Just a reminder to all the people around this table of that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Remembering that we're just adopting this for going out to consultation, so given the engagement plan, are we comfortable that that gets enough widespread coverage for people to input on this, because this will be the only opportunity they have for another 3 years, given the significance of some of the things that are being proposed? Will you be going to supermarkets direct,
Yes,
given that they weren't actually covered as a category?
Yes, so we will be emailing them directly as well with our proposed changes. We have had discussions with a few of them already in the build-up to the development of this proposal. So they're very much aware that this is on the potentially on the table, not specifically the recommended options, but they would have watched the workshop following our meetings with them. So we will send out direct communication with them as well.
Okay, thank you. So there is quite a big attachment in the Oh, sorry, Councillor Wang, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, the audio wasn't too clear before, but
it's a pretty straightforward
I mean, I think it's a pretty straightforward one, but the slides where you show the draft statement of proposal overview for the different options, I presume that you will include the other options in the consultation as well?
Sorry, yes, that's correct. I've just breezed over what our recommended options are. All those options that are up there will form part or are in the statement of proposal.
Thank you.
Sorry, we can probably deal with this now. I'm not sure that we need to await the return of Her Worship and Councillor Warua unless there are any further questions. But I'll get the motion on the table and we can start that discussion. Hopefully they can rejoin then. So the proposed motion is that the proposed draft statement of proposal on the LAP, draft local alcohol policy, be adopted for consultation, that we approve the recommended options that were the ones that were highlighted in bold as outlined in Appendix 2, that the policy review research paper and the policy be received and approved for publishing alongside the statement of proposal during the consultation period, and that the Council approve a public consultation on the proposed draft statement of proposal on the local alcohol policy to commence this Friday and run until Monday the 31st of March.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Barker. So I'm going to open that up now for comments. Councillor Wang is the mover. Do you wish to make any opening comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not too many, but just like to thank all of those involved in the process, especially to Karen Hunt as well, for supporting this process and the knowledge and experience that she brought to the workshops. I think that as you know, this has been a long time coming. We all see that the damage and harm that alcohol abuse, how that occurs in our community, the social harm, the financial harm, and much more as well. And so I know that this is just going out to consultation, and so I'm also really looking forward to seeing what our community responds to us, those that are directly affected by the changes in this, but also by the proposed changes, but also those that are indirectly affected as well, including our young people who may have grown up and experienced households that have unfortunately suffered alcohol abuse as well. So these, and also hearing from those on the other side of the spectrum, and getting that balanced view and ensuring that we do get this right, because like I said again, this is a really great opportunity for us to finally make some changes that will actually have impact on how we deal with alcohol in our community. So with that, I'm very happy to be moving this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Barker is the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have much to add to that except pass on my thanks and acknowledgement to the staff that prepared these documents to go out for consultation, because the work has been really thorough, and that should help to inform all those that read the documents and help us to understand the feelings of the community, not only those that are affected by alcohol use, but those that actually run the premises as well. As Councillor Wang says, so we get a really broad picture of what our community wants from this consultation. So look forward to the results and hearing back from our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barker. Any further comments, councillors? No? Can I just urge, once we adopt this, that as many people submit on this, and there will be an opportunity for people to make oral submissions as well as the written ones that they may make through the technological platforms, but we will have hearings before we make a final decision, councillors, as to what the final alcohol policy may look like. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please signal aye. Against? Thank you. An abstention from council. Let me just redo that. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Carried. 1 abstention, 1 not voting. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. So the staff will get that out as quick as possible, since that consultation period will open this Friday. So, councillors, I think that now reaches the conclusion of the meeting. It's been quite a long day, but thank you very much for bearing with me, just with the little changes we've had to make to deal with the items on the agenda. Councillor Kiriopa, if you could close the meeting, please, with a karakia.
Kia whakiria te tapu, kia wā te ai te ara, kia tūriki whakataha ai, kia tūriki whakataha ai, haumi e hui e.
Tai ki e. Kia ora, Councillor Kiriopa. I'm going to declare this meeting closed at 2:50 p.m. Thank you.